Alright, welcome everybody. How we all doing? We should be back from commercials. Hey, N64 Gamer, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing today? I slept like crap. Ads should be over, yeah. Made a new channel points redeem. You can pet to you now on screen. Nice. You can do that for me. You can go like this. But yeah, how we all doing? I am exhausted. I managed to get almost no sleep again last night. Hey, match. You watched Twitch chat beat Super Mario Mon. Really? I didn't know they were still doing those Twitch plays games things. Probably because my butt is sore. My butt feels just fine, thank you. There is nothing wrong with my butt. Coincidentally, stream last night was lovely. It was a couple of very good games we looked at. I enjoyed them both quite a bit. Come on, Disco, you can do it. But I hope everybody's doing well.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm nearly be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
Poor Leo. He's a good dude. He just can't shut up. Leo, in the future, can we keep these greetings shorter?
Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
He smiles his disarming smile and looks at you deep in the eye. I mean, we know he works here. We know that. Alright, good enough. Let's go talk to Everard, huh? Coffee in the giant thermoses is still lukewarm. I feel like you're probably going to end up like Leo at some point in life, just being a sweetie and never shutting up. That's basically me. I'm gonna end up like Harry, I'm sure.
Before you is a walrus of a man, seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
I'm sure we'll get along great with Everard, right? Everard has a lazy eye, he certainly does. You in charge of the dock
Welcome,
workers?
Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite of his giant desk.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
The man relaxes into his chair and
I'd
continues.
offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Lieutenant nods at you, then the chair.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're
Hey,
getting
Dylan.
some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
Yeah, as equals, you know. In his big comfy chair and us in our little
It's
uncomfortable
nothing.
folding chair.
Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out. He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Turns back to his typewriter.
You're no Titan of Felician, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
We'll take a seat.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He gives you a sly wink. Try to wink back.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
You came in at a perfect moment, Soup. Harry is having his backside violated.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
Points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
He points at it again.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
It's not even enough money to cover what we owe. Wait, you know Gart? Thank you, Everart. Take the comically large check. Take the comically large check, but don't say anything, or keep it, I'm good, leave the check. You can take that comically large check and shove it up your ass. Leave it. Yeah, I mean, we suspect, obviously, that Everart and the Union in general are, of course, behind the murder. But we do need his help right now, so maybe we don't tell him to shove it up his ass. Maybe we just say, nah, I don't want it.
Okay. I respect a man with principles.
We are a
No,
hobo
no,
cop
Stan.
anyway. We don't need it. Crosses his arms on his ample midsection and sinks further into his chair.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your
Hey, King.
lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
How come you don't trust this man, King? What are the chances that he is a corrupt Union boss, and that he has anything to do with the murder, and that he's trying to manipulate us, and that he's stuck us in an uncomfortable chair and to put us in an uncomfortable position while What are the odds of all that?
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and...
What if Kim just kind of shot him, though? Yeah, right? Like, Kim, take the shot. Take the shot, Kim. Kim, take the shot. How do you know about my lost gun? I'm not worried, I got this, or I would appreciate any help you could provide. How do you know about my
I
lost
know
gun?
everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
We can try to keep our composure. We can try.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun, and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
No, I'm not about to cry. Try to stay cool, or so what? Men can cry too. So what? Men
You
can cry
want
too.
to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do, don't cry. You'll think you're disgusting.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
He has a weird double desk, enough said. It is a weird double desk. It's very strange looking, isn't it? What we thinking here? Shyamalan twist or Mamet ending? I mean, I know already. I have played the game before, so I know already.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
The large man snaps his fingers, but to no effect. You're in some stupor. Keep sliding down the chair like a jello shot. There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your safe place. There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your
While
safe place.
Everard is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping everything around you. The folder, desk, papers on the wall.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe.
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
He's Mr. Dubois. It was for a short time during a split that it was going to turn out that everyone was a bear. I've not seen Split. Now I'm as good as it gets. Mr. Dubois. Vaguely gesture with your hands above your head. Oh yeah, man, I'm fucking great. Keep sliding. Actually, this chair is uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water. Sit upright. I'm melting. Now I'm as good as it gets, Mr. Dubois.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
There was no twist, just a Marvel-style mid-credit surprise.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Very.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
I don't want to be a
It is about
cop.
time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Let's see. Aren't you going to ask me how I got in? You called me Mr. Dubois. Why? Could you help me get a dead body down from a tree? Let's talk about my lost gun. I want to talk about the hanging. I'm looking into your shady brew. Everard, I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later. Aren't you going to ask how I got
Am
in?
I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window.
It was pretty sick, right? I mean, come on.
Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard?
I understand. I am a terrifying death machine.
Don't worry, Harry. Between you and me, I'm not a huge fan of his race thing. But the Union did not get where we are today by frowning on eccentricity. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Called me Mr. Dubois.
Of
Why?
course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
So that's really my name?
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It's true, my memory is a bit hazy, or my memory is fine. I'm just testing you.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is...
Taps on the folder in front of him.
I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. Maybe I can help you out.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name. You need to confirm this.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
The lieutenant inspects Everard over his spectacles.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Let me get this straight. What's my full
It's
name?
Harry. Harry Dubois.
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange. You don't feel like any of these things. You know what your name is. You have a sophisticated name, like that of a count, or a beautiful man.
A beautiful man. Yep. Harry Dubois. Yep. How you doing, Yaba? Wait, I thought you are Harry Dubois. I feel like a Dubois, but not quite like a Harry. Something longer. That's not my name. My name is Raphael Cousteau. Okay, I like it. I can work with that. Or, I don't really like it.
Don't be silly, Harry. Harry Dubois, that's a real man's name. A union man's.
The lieutenant covers his face and sighs audibly.
Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
You know where I live?
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
You know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kids?
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family
thank you, Don.
man. Do you
I shall have a
strike
sip.
yourself as a family man, Harry?
I think I do. I think I'd be a wonderful father. No, I don't think I do.
That's why I like you, Harry. A good man knows both his strengths and his weaknesses, and you, my friend, you are one of the all-time greats.
Kind of cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
I'm sorry?
Yes, you seem to be, a lot of the time, but right now there's no reason to be. Let loose a little. Be you.
Where'd you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Kim suspects something. Read shipping folder. Read the shipping folders from before. And thank you, Dylan. Maybe we can bump that up a little bit if we get something else going here.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me.
See, I wanted to go over a couple things about
Let's hear it,
me.
Harry.
Okay, that's where we would get back to here.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me.
Could you help me get a dead body down from
You
a
might
tree?
have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, But why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
Yeah, the belt thing. Or say nothing, or you're a community leader. Help your community out. Yeah.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
He licks his fat lips and smiles.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up the handset of the radio phone to his right and then clicks a button.
Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be taken down. Please extend him this courtesy. You can find Luke down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you, now that he's back on his feet.
After we kicked his ass. Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on, could he really hold my gun hostage? I will not be blackmailed with this gun business. I don't care about my gun, keep it. Or does this mean if I do things for you, I will get my gun back? I don't really care about my gun, keep
I don't
it.
care about my gun. I love it, Harry. Wish I could be like that, but I can't. I have a responsibility to this community. I can't have a loaded gun out in the streets.
Thank you, Dylan.
The officer is exaggerating. Of course we care about the missing firearm, and we are actively looking for it as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
Yeah, the loaded gun that he assured us was not loaded. Exactly. I want to talk about the
Oh,
hanging.
of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help you like I'm helping you with the body and your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me,
I sense there's a but.
but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
If only.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
I've opened a few doors in my life. You've heard wrong, Everard. We're not. Or, Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening
I'm
machines?
not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
Nothing shady about it.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
The incorrect another think coming.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
The voice look like a Venom. The what physical instrument there? The portrait of like physical instrument up here.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr.
Yeah, the art's
Gonzalez,
great. It's
and
amazing.
therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help.
Thank you, Dylan.
So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
He removes his glasses and rubs
Just
his
go
nose.
there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
I can't accept this thing.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do.
He winks
for
at
your
you.
sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Well, I don't want to. I don't think we should tell him we're looking into, like, you know, what's going on, right? I mean, that seems like a bad idea to just tell somebody I'm looking into something on you. Here.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Let's see. He leans, reaches into his drawer, and pulls out a plastic card. Thanks. I was wondering how we were supposed to get out. Great. Wouldn't want to get stuck in here.
You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Taxidermy fish that tells time.
Yes?
I didn't actually mean to do that. Think we have enough to convince Kim that there's a sexy, dark mystery twist in this case yet? I feel like we can probably convince him of that later.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
That's good.
Let's hear it, Harry.
Let's see, maybe we can up our drama.
Of course, Harry, of course. See you soon, Dubois.
Let's see, maybe we can up our drama here and ask to have a better chance at that. Let's see. That's minus drama. We would want that. Is there anything else minus drama-ing us here? No. Well, we can try. It's kind of a low chance. Yeah, right. It's Everard's, yeah. To say Everard is shady as hell is an understatement. All right, we can come back. We have things to do. Something over here. Heck yeah, some Nosafed. Love that shit. Go to the door.
not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamic.
I knocked you out like a god of martial arts. Or it was something I had to do. It was something I had to do.
Our personal dynamic has changed. A little. He means very little.
Everalt told you to help get the body down from the tree.
So it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior, then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, enemy. I will go and remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you. That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
Wait, that means showing everyone that we're taking orders from the Union, Lieutenant. What if we don't want to do that? Okay then, wait here while Measurehead goes. No way, we're not going to do that. What if we don't want to do that?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
I don't think there is an option to get out of this, unfortunately, without having to at least stand here and, like, you know. But at the same time, like, I'm not particularly fond of scabs either, so.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time. The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Cross the picket, we did. Are you with Measurehead? Yeah, we're the law around here? Apparently so. We're just trying to keep things from going to shit. Are you with Measurehead?
Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what?
We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
I mean, Katya has a
You
point.
hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I also wish I could see it, or I don't. I've seen enough of that dead body already.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
I'll work with whoever I want. Yes, I'm an unbearably corrupt cop. I am corrupt every opportunity I get, or that's none of your business. I mean, I'll work with whoever I want is the ironic one, right? Because obviously the scabs here, their whole, you know, chant is right to work, right to work. They want the right to work, you know, despite the union and everything, and despite the protests, they want to be able to work. So, hey, I'll work with whoever I want. What do you think of
A
that?
shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him. The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
There's been no side choosing. We did what we need to do to keep order, or thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your cooperation.
Farewell, Ham Sandwich. You are a Union man from now on.
I'm not, but thank you. I mean, I love a union, but maybe not this union. How you doing, manana?
So, how'd you like our harbor?
Labor Utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Any idea who killed the
The
hangman?
mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
He shakes his head solemnly. The harbor is a prime area of suspicion. In your opinion, are the dock workers involved in the killing, or let's change the subject?
What a thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed out.
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Hold up, what does that
He
mean?
was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He means a more violent faction could easily take care of such a thing.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Takes a sip from his flask. Well. We got to punch out a racist. And we got the body down. So I'd say that this is a success. We're doing great.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Beautiful. Wipe a tear from your eye. Well, it's down. Celebrate in a more reserved manner. Beautiful.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The fuck are they on about? Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Don't we have someone for this? You know, a doctor? Don't we have someone else to cut this shit open? Don't we have someone else to cut his shit
It's
open?
not about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work.
Wait, honorary rank of detective? Or, yes, I feel like a detective, or I don't think I'm a detective.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now, the way I see it,
He looks at the corpse with some disgust.
it's either this, or we complete the initial interviews. We already met Evrard, that only leaves the Wild Pines representative. There's one in town, negotiating the strike. She could have information.
No need for a distraction, let's do this, or, yes, interview. We can always do the autopsy later. I mean, we should probably get the autopsy over with, right?
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Actually, it appears I have forgotten what a field autopsy is. Clap your gloved hands, let's get in there. Or yes, let's get back to this later. It appears I've forgotten.
Fine. It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene by the detectives responsible. 1 takes note, The other dictates. The goal is to establish cause of death.
Do we need a scalpel for it?
A scalpel is not always required. I hope this is one of those cases. Latex gloves are, however.
Clap your gloved hands. Let's get in there.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
I don't know. What do you mean?
I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes.
Okay, where should I take these notes?
In your paperwork, officer, just fill out the field autopsy form.
He sighs, already expecting the answer. You're not gonna believe this. I think I lost my paperwork.
Now they only have one paperwork, too.
Officer, what haven't you lost?
I still have my disco trousers. Look down at your pants. I haven't lost this satin shirt. Smell your armpits. My shoes, I have both of them. I found the other one, too. None of your business, Kim. Lay off my case. My shoes. Got them both.
Otherwise, you would only have one shoe now. I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several, actually. But only if it helps move things along.
We can go try to go find mine. I do recall where ours are. Why don't we go take
As
care of
the
that real
words
quick?
leave
Yeah.
your mouth, there it is again. That strange feeling. Like there's something in there.
I guess you've got to start finding at least some of the things you've lost before they hurt someone. We should locate your ledger, then hurry back to the autopsy as soon as possible.
All right. I do know exactly where it is. I recall. And they did mention earlier, like, hey, if we want to get, investigate what's in the garbage can there, we should probably go talk to Gart and see if we can get his keys, since we couldn't pry it open ourselves.
Can I help you?
Is the trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I don't know what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
What if I told you I am a hobo, or soon to be one, rummaging through that trash? Will you keep me out too? Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor, or we need those keys? Doesn't it seem callous to you?
What are you? Kras Mazov?
Maybe.
Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
What if I told you I am a hobo?
Yes.
But I need those leftovers to survive.
Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem.
We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Let's see. Seen something here at the Whirling Gart. A thing I want to talk about.
What thing?
Saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
Tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
It's a shame you've got to suck up to the Union to stay afloat, or let it go. You're above gratuitous baiting. I do not like to answer to authority.
Who does not faction is, occupying the
Literally
post.
in this case.
Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Lieutenant gives you a meaningful nod. How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock.
Hey, Andy. How you doing?
The manager. Huh?
It's after 1600. The sign said reserved starting at 1600. Why isn't anyone in the mess hall?
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching.
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you a look of what he assumes is shared understanding. Go with it.
Do you miss anything? Well, we talked to the corrupt union leader. We got the corpse down from the tree. Now we're trying to find our paperwork so we can fill out a field autopsy on the corpse.
Yeah, the union guys think they're untouchable. They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and now think they can hide out till it all blows over, and it's fair weather again in Martinez.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Something else I want to talk about.
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Let's see. By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Hell yeah. Sing the shit out of this place. The saddest frickin' song you've ever heard.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid with a well-oiled crack. The lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobocop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content.
I love content. And I just have a premonition that there's something in there.
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Open the lid.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look under the boxes of cartons.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Pick at the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Grab them.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but
Looks into the container.
the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Bag the shirt.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
That's all I think.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one.
No, it's toward the red-haired
advise
boy.
against confronting that force.
Yeah, we need to ask the kids who put them in there. You think someone from the Whirling might have been involved, maybe? No diving in for extra content? Oh, we're definitely going in for extra content.
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and this establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Yeah, we need to ask the kids who put them here.
What's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Okay.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food
It's
waste.
just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Pick it out.
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Not seeing just a bunch of organic waste.
Looks like we found your paperwork.
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form.
A miserable looking slip of paper sticks to the board.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
Must have been cramping my style. It has a foreboding quality to it. Maybe I needed to lose it for the great bloodletting to begin. I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away. Someone from the Whirling threw it in the trash? I don't know. I'm boring. I'd rather not talk about it right now. I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away.
His eyes express a rare condolence. Then he picks it up.
Lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Okay, I'll do that. Well, I don't know, man. Sounds like an order. I don't take those. I don't know, man.
I see. Yes. You are what we call a badass, aren't you?
Makes little quotation marks around the words, indicating he is unsure of its actual badassery.
Tell me, does your badass see more in there, or are we done here? Ah, yes, and it would also be appropriate to start taking notes on the case. It's what cops do.
Some items,
But I don't want to be a
such as
cop.
the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Alright, dig in hobo cop style for extra content.
Wow. An Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon. Half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny.
What's a knock cannon?
It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And it's that Cordon Electrics preamp with Electra F2 tubes. It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself.
I'm into hi-fi.
That's too bad, because none of those things are actually in there. There's just food waste and crisp wrappings.
A cruel jest. There must be something.
All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron.
An antique.
Only in its social sensibility.
Take the mug. The lieutenant briefly glances at the mug, then returns his sight to the trash.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
We did indeed. Alright. Well, we got ads starting in a couple of minutes, so maybe we'll wait on the autopsy until we're back from commercials. We could try talking with Kuno for a minute.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
Wish I could have been here to see it. Now I have some
Shoot
questions.
that shit at Kuno, Pigonort.
The body. What do you know about it? About the crime scene. You kids often play in this yard, or I gotta ask who is Kuno, which we asked before, or we can try to empathize with Kuno. Maybe we'll come back to trying to empathize with Kuno. The body. What do you know about it?
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
Whisper to Kim. Kim, help me out here. What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
Kuno's fucking's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
What do you mean you threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
Performs a kickoff on the imaginary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
You're just too small for the
Get
armor.
the fuck out of here trying to fuck on me with that midget shit. Kuno's 12. He's huge.
Squints at you.
What are you? Fucking 80. When Kuno's 80, Kuno can fit 4 of you in Kuno. Fuck out of here.
Trying to fuck on Kuno! Fuck out of here!
He threw it in the sea.
Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates.
Alright, looks like we've got commercials running. I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick and then we'll be back. So, I'll be back in just a few. Alright, we ought to be back from commercials. Got interrupted by the Amber Alerts. Oh, well, I hope whoever it is okay. Thank you, Abba. I try to time those around the commercials, you know. Commercials run, I decide, you know, that's when I try to grab drink refills, hit bathroom, and all that. That way everybody else can do the same and not miss anything. What are commercials? Nice, nice. You have, I assume you, have, like, Turbo? Turbo's pretty great like that, yeah. Alright. What do you mean, Troubadour?
Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows? So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuro's armor. Go to the gate. Ask him yourself.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
Do you know who he was? Do you know how he got up here? Do you know who he
Kuno's
was?
fucking. Kuno uses the fucking for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic.
Do you know how I got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happen.
You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Oh, okay. Where did you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking...
Looks around trying to come up with something.
Or, I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Where's Night City?
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
See anyone suspicious around?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems
Yeah,
pretty
cyberpunk
fucking suspicious
crossover.
to
Night
Kuno.
City.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
There are contusions all over his body. Did you do that?
What are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
Grabs his head like it's suddenly hurting.
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
A contusion is a bruise. I'm talking about the marks of the stones left on the body. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're stupid. I hate words too. Let's back up. This isn't going anywhere. Let's back up.
Toothed gremlin lets go of his head. Looks like the attack has passed. The pain of the word recedes. He's feeling better now. Further away from education.
More on this later. Right now, let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Discuss the body with you. What about the crime scene? You kids play here often. Let's think we can empathize with Kuno. I hate words too. Me IRL. I love words. Words are my favorite. Let's see.
He's on your
Damn.
crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Hey Kuno, think you can turn the Kuno down for a moment? Let's talk like normal people. Kuno, listen, I know this boundary pushing thing is new to you, but it's old news for us grown-ups. Or Kuno, you must have seen all kinds of things throwing stones here. Want to help the RCM bust a murderer?
Fuck no. What are you? Fucking mentally handicapped?
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now.
I mean, we tried.
See? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
Alright, enough of that. Let's take a look at this body, shall we?
The rotting man lies on his side, with his eyes looking straight through you. His body is supine and open to intrusion. By autopsy, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Open your ledger at the field autopsy form, or tell me something, a dead man. Or try to remove the dead man's boots. We know we're not getting those boots off. We can
I thought
try.
we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Alright. Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Yeah. We got everything we can out
Come
of
back later,
the dead man.
Corporal. Amuse yourself with
Let's open the
The
ledger.
dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
Begin. 1. Assistant.
That's you.
Right, Harry Dubois. Right, Raphael Ambrosius Casteau. Leave it empty. Leave it empty.
the corpse lies there, indifferent. to
We're in
your
between names right
retrograde
now.
Amnesia. The next box says
Coroner's case number.
KK57 dash 0803 dot 0815.
Write it down.
Next,
Name.
NA. Next,
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Right, squiggly marks 50.
the corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Race.
Mondial.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky, fucky!
The little monster exclaims energetically.
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Right, fucky fucky.
Naively, the lieutenant does not double-check your notes.
El bigo mistako, Lieutenant!
8. Date of
We're
death.
still going with March 4th. 51.
We'll go with that.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure-handed.
I'm not so sure.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosenkrantz Road, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed.
Hey, Catman. How you doing?
Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other, an accident. The small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn the
The
page.
corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
Turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
When am I gonna get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
Write it down.
Tattoos.
Stands up, feet planted on either side of the
The
body.
upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a microelectronical circuit board. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case file.
This is the best game I have ever played, yes.
The photo is taken on
Soup, this game is so good, you do not understand. Soup, if you cannot appreciate this writing, come now. You're a smart cookie. Help you to understand. This game has some of the most amazing writing. This game is literature. Write it down.
The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well nourished, athletic.
Hey, it urges.
Measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
Write it all
Body
down.
hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Stroke his hair, gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a ragdoll's head.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape. There, dead man. You were someone's child. It's all over now.
There, baby.
The lieutenant watches you in silence.
Write it down. Short, light brown, male pattern
That was
baldness.
some sick shit, Sekopa.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and
It
thighs,
is. The game
consistent
the
with
game
stomach
is
trauma.
literature. Like
Low velocity.
when it comes to like talking about writing in video games, you have to talk about them now in different terms. It's like, oh, is the writing in this game good? Well, are we talking good for a video game, or are we talking Disco Elysium? Right? When it comes to game writing, we live in a post-Disco Elysium world now. Hey, Pip, how you doing? Like, before Disco Elysium, good writing in a video game was like, you know, oh, Final Fantasy VII, it's so deep, what with, you know, Sephiroth. He's a villain, but, like, he's a villain because he had a bad, yeah, you know, he was raised badly. That's good writing, right? Soup, you should, yes, Soup, you should. You should absolutely play it. When does the game part start? We were doing some game stuff, like right now, where it is mostly this. It is very dialogue based, but we were doing the point and click stuff right up until now. There you go, Pip. The voice acting fan patch, yeah. Like, that's the thing, right? Is like like when, you know, people talk about good writing in video games, and you know, you have to look, you're looking at it as it's good writing for a video game. Disco Elysium has better writing than most books I've read, right? Like, it's like it is literally literature. Like, you can dissect this, you know. Like, right now, we're obviously in a bit of a part that's a little less poetic, because we're literally autopsying a body. And, you know, so this part is, of course, by the book. We're processing a dead body right now, but even then, we're still getting these little peaks here and there of the poetry in this game. Yeah, this game's amazing.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
Right down, but amend for high velocity.
Ligature mark.
Lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Good thing I've got these chain cutters.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
he points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck.
we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Not your pig, Kuno. Look for a good spot to cut. Look for a good spot to
The belt
cut.
is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
Alright, let's try cutting the belt off. Fingies crossed.
After
Alright,
some
nailed it.
deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Press down.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
The lieutenant has kneeled closer, running his finger along the dark red groove until there's a gap.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Write it down.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Does it look like he was enjoying his moment of death? Inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested.
There's a bullet in his chest. Look, shh, quiet. Quiet about that bullet.
Are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch. You should touch it.
Does it look like he was enjoying his moment of death?
Yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
Yes, processing. Science. That's what I meant. And no, I was trying to get a psychic read.
No, you weren't, officer. That would be preposterous. Just write down that we request a semen, vaginal, and anal fluids analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor.
Give it a little
feel
poke.
like anything. A cold spot under your gardening gloves. Unremarkable and unalive.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
Oh, your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Write it down.
Back
Add
is
semen
symmetrical
sample.
and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are all combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
The things we do for 5 XP, exactly.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count. covering about 30% of his skin.
This is the body of a soldier, a mercenary.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
Takes the man's hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand. Pick up the hand.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. And your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
Pleasure's all mine. Tell me, are you a temple of pain and a stranger to tenderness?
You get me, Corbo. I feel like you were once, for tenderness and kisses yourself, but then shit went south and now you're ahead of even me on the pain front. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were you expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
2. Internal examination summary.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Nope.
Musculoskeletal.
We failed that conceptualization roll.
Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Write it down.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn
Hey,
apart.
Ikro.
Hyoid, ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Look deeper inside.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
He wipes his brow. Why, don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
The completist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
We already have one test, as per regulation. And we already requested semen.
Pigs requested semen like it's no big deal.
I too sometimes request semen.
Is he touching it again? What is wrong with these mulpers?
Yeah, better leave it at that. More important. Can we change it to toxicology? Seems prudent.
At a request, then. We'll know if drugs or poisons remain in his blood. At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with it.
Write NA and add toxicology requested.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging.
Write it down.
Gastrointestinal.
Breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down and omit the voila. Write it down, but keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries. Summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the injuries we've inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
It was a team effort.
You mean the spin-stabilized munition from a Kill A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung? That was not a team effort. I just missed my shot. Also, let's not mention it. Muddies the water.
I agree. The water's muddy enough, but isn't that sloppy? Or keep it minimal? So, back to the injuries. I agree. Water's muddy enough.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
Alright. Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Write it down.
And your opinion, officer?
Beneath the description, there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injury, 2 boxes.
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Right. Next.
That's the thing, Soup, is that you are supposed to this part is supposed to kind of be it's leading up to what's coming next. Is this part is supposed to be a little tedious. We're doing paperwork. Ligature mark. Finish the autopsy.
Dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured.
You happen to have come in at a weird point in the game, Soup, yes.
I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark.
Stones were fatal to the body's self-esteem, yeah.
No signs of clawing on the neck.
I'll not say it.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
So, clearly that we're supposed to believe that this is the fatal injury, right? But we have a hunch.
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
Why do you say that?
I just took a whack in the dark, or I'm serious. I don't think this was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
I arrived at this conclusion through the psychic arts. I can't shake the feeling he was doing something else when he died, or why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this, I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows, or there's no reason, it's just a random guess.
I'm not usually one to go for these hunches, but I think I agree. I thought we had our cause of death here, officer. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Oh, I mean, we probably could use a drink, but maybe we should.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
About a copy of the autopsy
For
pages.
processing.
He looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of paper in his hand, then at the corpse again.
He's thinking, did I miss something?
Search the body one more time, thoroughly.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Look under the fingernails like Kim already
His
did.
fingernails have turned dark. They're chipped and quite long. There is dirt under them. That's all.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Yes, there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Can't he just hang out here for a while longer? Okay, but where do we find a fridge for the body?
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Need to take another look at the body first.
This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Well, we have points. We can keep trying. We know it's there. Let's see, do we have anything that'll up our perception? I have nothing that'll up our perception, sadly.
The man is decomposing.
But we can
visibly
try.
now. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You really ought to wait until the cadaver is refrigerated. Digging around in this mess now is proving hopelessly difficult.
I have more points. I will not be stopped. You cannot stop me. I will do this.
The man is decomposing visibly now. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Crawl up his nostrils.
They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in.
Push your fingers in his nose.
Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage.
The fuck is he doing?
The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
Put your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Play with it. This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Open your eyes and look.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Say fuck yeah.
Keep going.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Touch it with your finger, gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem.
Yes, that's what this part is called.
Hey, Snuggle, how you doing?
You've seen the drawings. You've studied them.
Feel around.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever.
Push deeper.
Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no
I missed you too, Snuggle.
It's
Glad to see you.
gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet.
There's a cavity cut right between the
The
hemispheres.
lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Kuno's voice is hushed.
Quivering with awe. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him.
Punch a hole through his mouth or wiggle in.
The
Whichever.
cartilage
Either
begins
way.
with a crack, like some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Strange fluid streams down your wrist, and then you feel it with the tip of your finger. Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. The pain is barely noticeable.
Oh, I'm entering him.
Adrenaline rush.
I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
Inspect the skull.
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Her voice is absolutely sizzling with excitement.
Interfacing easy. We almost failed that anyway. Jesus Christ. That would have been miserable to fail that.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together.
The game wanted me to
Jaw is
fail.
clenched.
Yeah.
All you
Holy
need to
shit.
do is just...
I got it.
My pig fucking got it?
He's watching his old man get the big prize at the claw.
You wish you were a fuckboy. Oh, Snuggle. He's watching his old man get the big prize at the claw game.
What is it?
Slowly pull your fingers
The
out.
inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
Fucking
A bullet.
Lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Keep it, Lieutenant, as a gift.
No, you deserve it. We can log it later.
Lieutenant drops the bag in your hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds like heaven.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
Treatment.
As I said, treatment is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, this injury here.
Points to the mark encircling the corpse's neck. The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone, it was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead dabba doop doop.
Dead.
You think so?
I did not just come up with this. I've had my doubts since you told me about that hunch, officer. Him doing something else when he died. I don't have intuition. I don't usually trust it. But it made me doubt. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
So who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
You gotta follow the hunch. We don't have all those voices rolling around in our head for nothing. We might as well listen to them. Why would anyone do
to
this?
Hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here.
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Well, there's a problem with that. Do I ever listen to electrochemistry? I mean, sometimes. The only ones I tend to absolutely not listen to at all ever is Authority. And I tend to not listen to Authority or Esprit de Corp. Esprit de Corp. Oh, you really do, yeah. Like, Harry stunk anyway. Can you imagine how bad Harry smells right now? Can you imagine? I do have problems with Authority, yeah. Absolutely. How you doing, Prima? But yeah, can you imagine, like, Harry has been on a multiple-day alcohol binge, dug through the garbage, dug through this corpse. Like, Harry must reek. Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it.
Exactly,
I am
Hobocop.
certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
What happens next?
We put him in a bag and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. The body bag should contain the odor for the duration of the transport. I would drive him to processing, but it's too late to do that today. I'll do it first thing tomorrow. No problem. One more thing. This was really good work, detective.
We did great.
Is in the air of the yard. As far away, dogs are barking. Further yet, the sound of motor traffic. Detective.
I try to remove the dead man's boots again. Let's drag him to the kinema.
All right.
Takes out the shiny black body bag and starts pulling the plastic over the dead man's face.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. May they rest in processing.
I will need a little hat carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Mag the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. We don't need those boots. It's fine.
Yes?
You know, you'd think now that we know there's intrigue, there would have been a bonus to this, right? There is clearly a sexy dark mystery going on here, right?
Only banal.
Oh, come on.
At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul.
Wow.
One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you.
Ouch. That hurt. That hurt my fifis. Well. I do believe there might be a chance that we can talk to some dock workers here in the Whirling. Or not? I guess they're not here yet. Inside, you catch a glimpse of Union paraphernalia, a strike poster, some red pennants. There was something about the borscht being made in here that we wanted to investigate. Dishes are drying. They smell of chemicals and pine trees.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Goranci and Kubek. It must be his name. Goranci. Goranci Kubek. Sounds representative.
Ah, Garassi. I have some questions to ask. Mr. Kubek, I'm here on official police business. Hello, sir. Got time for a few questions, or ignore him? Ah, Garassi.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Well, you said you're friends with Manana, is that true?
The mention of Manana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. They're friends?
What's in that borscht you're making there? Point to the large pot.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Sorry, I
Just
don't understand
one
you.
word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Yes?
Horse need more vodka?
Picks up a bottle from the shelf.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Yes, nod and turn your fingers clockwise. Turn the vodka up. No vodka. Turn your fingers counterclockwise. Cut it. I'll leave the cooking to you. I have business. I say we have him cut the vodka. Vodka, bratan! Yeah. My first playthrough, I did not wear the horrific necktie, so... The horrific necktie is, you know, dialogue is new to me this playthrough. Yeah, let's have him turn the vodka down.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
You got some impressive pots there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
I don't think I need to say anything. Stay masculine.
You see see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Touch the
The
door.
cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
Try to push on the
The
door.
door does not budge.
Wonder where it leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
I'm drawn to its cobalt blue.
It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation.
Yes, a mini side investigation. No, this door is a mega investigation. Or the door and the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation.
You say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Gart loves us. He will happily talk with us, I'm sure.
Can I help you?
Now here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue
I
state.
think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
They really are. Could someone on your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Well, it says keys to the trash container.
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container, despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Thanks. Let's talk about something
Yes.
else. Guard, I saw another thing.
Great. I love those.
This blue door
Oh,
back
yes,
there.
that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
Runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes?
So it's about that money I owe.
Do I have a
Oh, whoops,
shaker
we
in my
misclicked.
hand? Is this a shaker?
Not what I meant
He
to click.
sounds irritated.
You sound irritated. Why? All I want is a
Am I wearing
drink.
a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this?
Shakes the imaginary shaker furiously.
Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Because you're not a bartender?
That's right. I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Is there anything else?
I want a fucking drink, asshole. You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm an alcoholic. I need my fix. Please make an exception. I got the shakes bad, man. I need my pacifier. Fine then, I had something else I needed.
Like what?
We're gonna try to not drink too much. Hey, Nanachi, how you doing? Gart does need a drink. Gart has been having a rough time. Much of that is our fault.
Yes. Have you got it?
How much do I owe again?
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
I do not have that.
Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
So about all that.
Hello again, sweetie.
How you doing, Lena? We're not gonna beg money off of Lena. We're a hobo. We'll be fine. We're hobo cop. Surely we'll be fine. Well, we've been very focused on getting just stuff done. We might as well look around. Or, Martinez. Roundabout north. To Cape Side Apartments, Martinez Pier. Looks like we'll have ads starting in a minute, so we'll not do anything too interesting in the meantime. Thank you for the follow, Hockey. Welcome, welcome. And thank you, Nanachi. I will hydrate.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. What kind of store is this, anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
I love board games.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
Alright, what's a book?
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter.
What's a postcard?
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it impolite to point out any perceived weirdness.
What's a board
Board
game?
games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Interesting, thanks.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
They're not. What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold
I'm
because...
signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold. Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
She doesn't know what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
I should have a word with the store owner, maybe.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides,
Luring
I have
in
some
customers.
hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this? School is stupid. You're lucky not to be there.
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
She's looking for the right word. Ass up?
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
She blushes. Welcome back, everybody. We should be back from commercials. Annette is talking about how this building is possibly cursed. Sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this. Narrow your eyes and look through the creaking boards on the window.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
How does this curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
The lieutenant stands at your side, stern and serious.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Stroke your chin. Enough for about the curse.
Maybe I
for
can
now.
tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime
Crime
business?
fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, not crime fiction. I need to know what crime is. She doesn't know what to say. It's that bad. Point to your head.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
Why would anyone want to read about crime?
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you, as if to find something policeman-like. Huh, well, what does a cop look like, then? Okay, then, maybe I'm not a policeman, or should stop being one?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. He used to be exactly like that Mullen guy. Then I decided to live a little. You know, nobody actually looks like the guy in the picture. That's just a stupid fantasy of a man. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway. It's your... Point to your head. Wow, look at that guy. I'll never be as good as Mullen, or... I actually had other questions. I used to be exactly like him, and then I decided to live a little. You know, cut loose, raise hell, blow off steam.
And everything's better now, sir?
No.
Why is that?
Look at me, I'm a hideous beast, a failure of a cop, a disgrace. A man can never be truly happy with who he is. You'll understand when you're older. Man can never be truly happy with who he is.
Okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen.
Let's see. You know, nobody actually looks like the guy in the picture. It's just a stupid fantasy of a man.
Dick Mullen, frowning.
I know, just trauma dumping on this poor child who is standing out in the cold. We're just like, and I'm so miserable.
Arrogant, violent, likely overcompensating for something.
Probably got a violent streak because he's emotionally stunted.
She examines the cover, trying to gauge the inner workings of the detective.
Emotional ineptitude is no way to cop. You can't compare it to my sensitive soul.
Of course not, sir. He's just a fictional character. He'll be no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Okay, I'm gonna deduce something now.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks wary.
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help. You can show them to me. Or actually, I'd rather not deduce anything. Every time I deduce, people get hurt. You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them.
Also important to note that we stink so bad, too, while doing this.
Stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. A facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your
And
nails.
you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex.
Want more? Bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I got a few reasons in mind. You think so? Fine, do better. To do something about me.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're uptight because your mother and the pressure that she's putting on you. Rats have been nibbling on your fingers. Child labor is dismal in dismal working conditions. Thank you, Nanachi. Chewed on nails means you're recycling your body material. It's an intense dedication to the way of business. There are no riches without personal sacrifice.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Either way, another ace deduction by the #1 detective in town. Or, I hope this entertained you.
It's okay, sir.
She's still got a rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Think so? Fine. Do better. Deduce something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
He's trying so hard. Hey, Azul. How you doing? Hey. Wait, how do you know that I'm usually not? And I'm having a grand time. I'm also sad and my head hurts.
Sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
I'm doing great. I'm playing some Disco Elysium, one of my favorite games. She looks you in the eye, a gleam of sympathy on her face.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
What am I missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Hang on. So you know me? We've met before? Or on second thought, maybe I shouldn't remember. Maybe there's a reason I forgot.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
She sways back and forth on her feet.
You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
I doubt that. What do you mean better? I look like shit. Thanks, I'm trying. What do you mean better? I look like shit.
But you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics? The girl doesn't know what she's talking about. Forget about this.
Oh, baby. That's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with? Or thanks, been learning about myself today.
I didn't know I had to do that.
I don't really like this detective deduction game anymore. That's so sad. Harry's having a rough time. Thanks, I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
What's romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, imagining herself in the situation. Hey, Casey, how you doing?
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly. like during the Revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
Had a rough day at work, but doing all right? Oh, I'm sorry, Casey. I hope it gets better now. What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either.
Got a cute
she
bun bun
doesn't
on your
need
screen?
it.
Exactly, here to distract you.
That would be interesting.
Ah, thank you, Pip. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Mood. Sometimes you have to write about real things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and the lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah? You think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
She pauses, trying to figure out the appropriate answer. No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. Phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
She looks at you with puzzlement.
You can take this. Blossom like a pain flower.
Yeah, and it drags on for years and years with no resolution in sight.
The girl is at a loss for words.
Each of you filling with resentment and bitterness for having ruined each other's lives.
She shifts and sways on her feet, looking confused and uncomfortable.
Each of you tearing at the other's innards, leaving a gaping emptiness, a vacuum heart that still hurts ceaselessly.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to help you.
We are trauma dumping on this poor child. This is very normal for Harry. I don't need help. I need a real book that tells it how it is, not this dribble. Why can't you help me? I'm beyond help, right?
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm still little. I can't...
It's time to leave it be. You're about to make a child cry. Are you proud of yourself?
Not a single shred of pride remains in me. Right, activate denial mode. Damn right I am. Proud as a lion of Cerber. I don't know, little girl. I got a bit carried away there. Let's back up out of this. Right, activate denial mode.
You're not really an automaton. You do know that.
Little girl, pardon the deviation. I wish to discuss books and other such matters.
Yes, sir.
Who are these famous people?
Kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
She scratches her cold, reddened cheek and then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Can I become famous by reading one of those books? Or, right, I had a different question in mind.
I don't know about that, but I imagine life is great when you're famous.
Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me one day. Fame is for vain people. I have better things to do. Or these famous people sound like a bunch of dorks. These famous people sound like a bunch of
And
dorks.
its expression remains ever so helpful. But she doesn't say anything.
Yeah, you heard me. Only losers waste their time with that garbage. Or never mind. I literally had nothing else to say.
Okay.
Just never mind. Just stop dumping on this poor child already. Okay, see you around, Annette. Poor child. Oh, this poor child.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
The clerk extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later. A curious pendant you're wearing near your eyes mysteriously. So you're the owner of the store? A curious pendant you're wearing.
Help helps to have an anchor in these times.
So are you the owner of the store?
The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Her voice is high-pitched, as if to give it more penetration.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
And what if I want to buy a book? The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right? Cursed.
Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Your daughter's the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yeah.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
Precious. Her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child
You
labor.
must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
It depends. How much do you pay the kid?
Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Slap the cuffs on her.
I formally reprimand you for your corrupt activities. This is one of the rare moments I think I'm going to agree with authority here.
Oh, of course, officer. Good work. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
All this pressure has made her really anxious, you know. She's been chewing her nails.
God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to mind your own business. Clearly, you have no idea how hard it is to raise a girl in this economy.
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic weather. Mysterious and harsh.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
What you're doing is wrong. You and I know that, and I usually don't know anything. This is true, and obviously the will of the market. But maybe make an exception for your daughter? Or, yeah, actually, it's super alright for kids to chew their hands off. Forget I said anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like Annette to your husband and your mother.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
She shakes her head.
My husband is completely different, of course.
Is this husband Annette's father? Is she an only child? She told me she doesn't go to school anymore. Alright, I had something else in mind. It's the husband Annette's father?
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Wait, Grand Couronne? What's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And your husband's also involved with the bookstore?
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
She an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
She told me she doesn't go to school
She's
anymore.
been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I had something else in mind.
Looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Farewell for now, book peddler.
Hey. Psst.
Look around.
Psst. Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Hell yeah.
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Can't argue with
So,
that.
what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
How come there's a word on the street?
It keeps saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Alright. It does sound like me.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, first, what is this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes. Abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished. Beaten. Curb stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world.
Heck yeah, I will.
You alone. Against every living thing. Against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
Hell yeah. Exactly. Me versus the world.
Now get to work, comrade.
Roll up your sleeves and start building communism.
Yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, what? Firing squads? You didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Roll up your sleeves further and breathe in the pristine air. Hell yeah. It's communism time. It is for the greater good. You joke, I am 100% actually an anarcho-communist, so... This was, of course, inevitable. I am 100% an anarcho-communist, so... Heck, yes. Hobocop, communist. Damn right. Look, look, Annette gets to sit in here. Anarcho? I am, yes. An anarcho, communist, yes. I see no reason to get rid of capitalism, but keep the corrupt institution that holds it up. Oh, not sure of that term. In short, as opposed to... Oh, no, not anti-drug. Anti-big government. As opposed to, like, you know, your kind of libertarians who tend to be big, like, no government but keep capital. I think there's no sense in keeping capital, but getting rid of the government, right? Because then businesses just become the new government. You kind of have to dismantle both together and then rebuild from there. But 49-year-old gun-toting Bernie voter here. Bernie would have won, man. I'm with you. Bernie was our last chance. They did Bernie so dirty, man. They did him so dirty, my guy. I'm 49 years old. You'll fit in real well here. I'm 44 myself. The government and the free market are both fallible, thus they are. Exactly. There is no sense in getting rid of one or the other. You have to dismantle both. There is, if you get rid of capital but keep big government, right, then you have right-wing communism, and then you have, like, you know, the affronts that happened with the Soviet Union and everything, right? That's not what we're after with communism. And then likewise, if you get rid of the government but keep capital, then you have libertarianism, like American libertarianism, right? You have anarcho-capitalists, and that just means that the big corporations become the new government, and they're not going to handle anything better than the current government is, right? We can't trust unfettered capital to do a better job than what's going on now, right? So, yeah. I did say this was going to get political.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to
Sneak slowly past the razor wire. See, King, once again, you're thinking this. You're thinking Sovietism, which is not what I'm saying. Oh yeah, no. No, I get political anyway. I did a lecture on how Dark Souls was about communism. So you can't stop me from talking about communism. Basically, I'm a big old lefty leftist. Sneak slowly past the roving gangs. The gangs are there to help you. Trust the gangs before you trust the cops, frankly. Can I just say I watch MSNBC for Alicia Mendez? Don't even care about the politics. That's fair.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
They said they'd end your suffering. I know they that sounds menacing, but I assure you, King, we're working on it. Working on it. 100%. Do you actually trust a roaming group of a roaming gang more than you or less than you trust, say, the police or the government? Because if you do, I gotta tell you, I'll pick a roaming gang any day. I've had nothing but good experiences with punks, man. Punks will throw down for you. You surround yourself by people that will throw a punch to defend you. 100%. Every time. If you know who will throw a punch for you. That's crazy. She's the daughter of Senator Mendez, the one that just went to prison for fraud. What a shock. Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains? Or examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm. An irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Why aren't you browsing the books?
She fiddles with her pendant.
Compelled to look at the books? You ought to.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
I need to see what's behind the
Just as
curtains.
you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand is closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
Parapsychologically.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is about the curse? That's why you're afraid? Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there. But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold. I don't care, and you can't stop me. I'll open them. Continue. But I sense this place calling for me.
My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
What is this about a curse?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees. I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
She's almost begging you. I don't care, and you can't stop me.
Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Lies. Rip them open, we say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Rip them apart, this time for real.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
I love forces beyond my understanding. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. How awful. We wouldn't want that.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. What if you just break it down?
Maybe I should break it down, but not before I strategize, or just knock it the fuck down. Maybe I should break it down.
That's right. Take in your surroundings. You need to have a solid ground and a proper posture if you want to succeed.
First, check your posture.
Steady breathing. Solid core. You've got this. With one shoulder forward, you're ready to smash into the door like a battering ram.
Check your surroundings.
The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish. But the path to the door is clear.
And what about the door?
It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. It should be doable.
Preparation phase complete. We have a crowbar. You'd think we could just, you know, pull the hinges off or something, but we're just gonna ram into it. That's how Harry do. Ow! That was a success,
You
too.
smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
Ow.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Lieutenant stares as you stand there, silent and brooding. Smash into the door again, wordless. Smash into the door and shout, fuck the system. Smash into the door and shout, freeze dirtbags. Smash into the door and shout, hands up now. Smash into the door and shout, fuck it hurts. Fuck the system. I know, critical success and I still took a damage. We double 12'd that one. Yes, Kim?
What is this place?
Lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. It's an adventure. It's the netherworld, beyond the veil. Looks like a gym to me. No idea, Kim, but my head hurts. My head hurts bad.
We don't have to explore an abandoned gym, you know? Besides, no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray of streetlight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages? Let's just keep going. I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house. Nothing mysterious here.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
There we go. Sand is dripping from a punching bag. The poster says Citius Fortis. The rest is worn off. We had a thought. There it is. Smells like leather and sweat. Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe. We'll take it.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. Why does it feel so familiar?
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone.
Well, we have to try. Oh my god, maybe we don't. That's really low. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't do that right now. I don't know if Harry can handle picking up a barbell right now in his condition. He's pretty fucked. Could hurt my old man back. Don't I know it? As an old man, I know. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. $3, holy crap. I'm a young whippersnapper. Ah, thank you, Zyre. You'll be pleased to know, Zyre, that Yabo here is 49 years old. So we have, you know, very appropriate, very appropriate. No joke about mounting and being stuffed. Well, I mean, it's not Wednesday. Blue velvet, soft to the touch. Moth bitten. Mountain Dew and me. You having some Mountain Dew soup?
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just
Says
sitting
that.
here without anyone inside.
He sounds surprised and a bit cautious. So this is something I love about the world building in Disco Elysium here. Is their technology seemed to have taken radio technology and really ran with that specifically, such that they used radio technology to simulate a lot of like the technology that we have, of course. Like they have radio computers and such. The technology in Disco Elysium is really interesting, and how like it just clearly veered off from our, from where our technology went in some interesting ways, right? Where they have computers that work basically with radio technology, but they have much more like primitive guns, right? Their guns are all like barrel loaded, right? Like it describes Kim, like how he loads his gun as like putting the bullet in and stamping it down and putting in, the gunpowder and everything. Or the camera uses ampules, right? Rather than anything else. Like it's very interesting. I love this. I love when worlds do this with their world building. They go, what if technology just did something different, went a different direction than ours? As a 30-plus year programmer with 6 playthroughs, you're still struggling to understand their computer tech. Yeah, I love it. I love the idea, and of course, like I think this is the spot actually where we learn about it, with the basically how they used radio technology to create MMOs. But yeah, I love it. It's very interesting. Do you think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Turn on the machine.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside the compartment.
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Press play.
Nothing happens.
Press play again.
Nothing happens.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Oh. What a shame. Alright, come on. Hustle a little bit there, Harry. There you go. Man, we have more money than we've had in a while. Production schedule, filament memory. Well, what do you know? Steel rotor blades bearing a Slipstream logo. Skis with Slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. The poor revolted against the rich, and as punishment, only the military that serves the rich can use jacketed ammunition. Everyone else is stuck in the dark ages of firearms, using Revolutionary War era firearms. It's so interesting. I love it. It's so neat. Like the world building is just so interesting.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press play again.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making a sound. It's probably some alien CO-like technology. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned horn, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
You mean that glowing thing I put inside?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
I don't know.
If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
How do I do that?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called.
It's called the production schedule.
Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
Password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Something a criminal would do. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalog before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
And what's that, this interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
What are you, a machine, or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old, and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Yvonne, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid. Okay, but where are you? How do you know where I am?
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, but where are you? How do you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
It's so fascinating, this idea that they use this radio technology, and to access it like this, they still need someone there working the phone boards, right? Like plugging the connections in. I love it. It's so interesting.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark.
Well, yeah, it's not nostalgia. It's a alternate technology, right? You love dystopian future past. That's exactly what it is. Whereas Fallout took its alternate route, right, with developing rather like atomic energy and transistors evolved differently. In Disco Elysium, yeah, everything is still analog, but they took this analog technology in a really interesting way. So it's not nostalgia because this never existed, right?
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Doesn't it get lonely doing this job?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
The old lady's voice disappears along with the
Tiles
static.
of the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
So we're dealing with something medical here?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red harp, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Looks like a surveillance program.
Wait, who's the Game Master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this is gone, left unrealized.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
So, obviously, this is a little bit of the creators kind of doing a semi-autobiographical thing here, where, of course, their vision for this world was huge. And, of course, they wanted to do so much with this. And did what they could, of course.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspect the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the welkin. This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin. His face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Tuorg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin. Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
Lieutenant nods at the Welkin facial hair. Well, this has been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal.
Keep reading. What happens?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
Lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of
A
nothingness.
note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise."
Hey, Dragoon. How you doing?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Oh, looks like we have ads. Ah, good, good. Well, yep, we got ads running. So I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Just a moment. Alright, welcome back, everybody. We should be back from commercials. So what do we think is going on with this computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Looks like undercover counterintelligence program, or it's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
The lieutenant takes a step back, steeping his hand.
Looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interinsulary game before. We just don't have the technology.
And what was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the We Were board game, with hit death thrown in.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The lieutenant tilts his head, thinking. They were insane if they thought they could do this. It was just a play to cheat money out of their investors' pockets, or the world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
He says, looking around the derelict room. The pipes howl, and a rat crosses the floor.
Okay, let's keep moving.
It's one of my favorite little stories in this game.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. Be careful.
What is this thing? Looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax, Kim, it's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
He relaxes his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the open fridge door.
Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the note from the door.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Examine one of the ice cream wrappers.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the fridge.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Obviously, if we hadn't finished the investigation and didn't want to ship the body off yet, I believe this is an option for storing the body. Had we not finished the what we wanted to do with the autopsy. Ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. It is shocking that the power isn't cut, yeah. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Look, there's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
I mean, I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim?
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine woodstock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This one looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What does this mean? A rifle
Means
here.
there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. A frozen ice cream maker that's still running. Hell yeah, nose of fed. We have a terrible headache. We could probably use some.
Into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
I know one of these, if we want to open it, we can unplug that to do it, I think, as I recall. Intercom wires are running into the breaker box. Ooh, an insane mesh tank top. Why, I don't mind if I do. Heck yeah. Now you're talking. Mesh tank top, horrific necktie, and raincoat. Heck yeah. We're looking good. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like... yeah, like one of these, if we wanted to open up...
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the
So
ice bear
I
fridge,
know.
and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
It's black. It's not like the red one because it's black, the color of immeasurable cosmos. I don't know why I unplugged it. I do things without any reason.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
I seem to recall there was like a... like we can open up one of the things now. The wall collapsed. It's inaccessible now.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice, or several voices, talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying, or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
I am hallucinating. I hear the murderer of the hanged man talking. I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs. I'm hallucinating.
Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe.
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back, now and always.
Smear your hands with
A lush
coal.
layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
Hadramut Karzai, smear your cheeks black with coal, or no, let's not express ourselves. Let's just wipe our hands clean on our pants.
3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing?
I am the reincarnation of the ancient Illimarian warrior.
Please wipe your face clean, officer.
Should we not? Should we exercise our authority? I'm usually not one for authority, but
These
don't tell me
3
what to do,
stripes
Kim.
give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them.
We're exploring this dark place, and I need the protection of my war paint.
And this protects you.
This is traditional war paint. It will grant me safe passage with the spirits that guard this place. Or it gives me confidence, and that's all that matters, Kim.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Andy. Should not have done that. Why did I do that?
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace.
That was unwise.
Your toe hurts.
I should have known that was going to happen.
Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Gaze upon me, stuff and despair, or no, I'm just a disempowered individual trying to take my disempowerment out on everyday objects, or yeah, I rip shit apart.
Kudos.
Anti-object task force. We do tend to break a lot of shit, don't we? Let's see, where is it? Oh, there it is, right there. Take a look at your hands. See how bruised they are? See those little scars? This is Exhibit A. The material world is holding you back. Containers, mailboxes, doors, chairs, they are all your enemies. Always have been. Atoms themselves are in on the conspiracy, forming shapes and structures that you hate. You are energy stuck in a body. You are spirit trapped in matter. Break free. Beat up that lamppost. Let it know how much objects suck. We will temporarily lose pain threshold if we take on this thought, but when we have completed the thought, it may give us something. We won't know until we're done. We could forget volumetric shit compressor for now. And try to start thinking about anti-object task force. don't think we can check what it'll do. Don't you have 3 open slots? Our 3 slots are... Oh, actually, we do. You're so right. Never mind. Oh, no, I would have to unlock it with a... Yeah, I was going to say, I was pretty sure you only had 3 to start. I could unlock one. We have the points, I think. Yeah, it would cost a skill point. How many skill points do we currently have? Let me see. Where does it say? Let's see where our skill points currently are. Let's see, do we have... Is that saying we have 4 currently? Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so we do have 4. So I could open up another area in our, you know, a little room for another thought in our little head if I wanted to. It might not be the worst idea in the world. Let us internalize Anti-Object Task Force. We're also thinking about communism as we do. This is very on point for me, thinking about communism. When am I not, frankly? Alright. Well, it is getting quite late. I think Kim is soon going to be like, time to go to bed. And we're just going to have to spend the night on the street, I assume, because we don't have the money to pay Gart. We've got not even 10 bucks, and we owe him 130. So that ain't happening. Coin-operated viewer has been banged up. Inoperable. The things I've seen and said. I saw a thought. There we go. Hear the distant squall of seabirds.
Yes?
No, not you, not you, Kim. Not right now. I'm trying to grab this thing right here. Heck, yes. We got our little baggie. Now we can go around and collect all these bottles. We're Hobocop after all.
Yes?
No, Kim, you're in my way. I love you, Kim, but you're in my way. Trying to collect these bottles. I'm a hobo. I'm a Hobocop. Splatter of bullet holes lines the wall. Why, hello, gentlemen.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
The other one is eating a sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what the game is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
I mean, clearly, grab the ball and throw and show them how it's done. Obviously, right?
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Feel the ball.
Cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already, your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
We are so ready.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. West, in the Grand Couronne area, a sharp overhand left from Arsène Luc Edelbrock sends the Samarin heavyweight champion, Kostya Miasanok Kostanicha, flying to the mat. The crowd goes wild. Revachol loves her heroes.
There is time for one last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion. A fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflected in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
Bordel de merde.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right tricep, that's for sure. A problem? I don't understand. I am a god of track and field. Why would I have a problem with anything?
I don't care if you are a cop.
Hey, Thunderwolf.
Do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
I'm sorry. Wait, what? I'm sensing anger, and I don't understand why.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
Sorry, an honest mistake. Are we good? Or, P-Tank? Oh, Patonk, I understand.
No, no you don't. Our pétanque game is ruined. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
I don't have a bull, but will this do? Hold out the shot put ball.
Will this... No, it will goddamn not.
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu. All right, fine. What do you want, officer?
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
Old people like attention. I know I do. Renee, I found your guard booth.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
Yeah, it's with a slight sigh.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard, or I saw a picture in there. You were in it. Who's the girl?
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Hold on, why were you on leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
That's a big mood.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
I'd rather die than cut back on my coffee. So who was working your shift that night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
He's so prideful he'd sooner cut back on coffee than see a doctor. I would sooner just die than do either. Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Everard gets it. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die. There is no middle ground. René is but one man. We need a program. Get all of the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. René should rent out his services, invest the profit, get a few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with Tare collecting. It's my side thing, too. Probably hold out the Tare bag. Men will do anything other than see a doctor. It's true. Nothing wrong with collecting Tare.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it. It's an excellent side thing.
Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
I saw a picture in there. You were in it. Who's the girl?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern. And I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
René's right about that.
The lady is
Don't talk to the cops.
And she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Got it. Thanks.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway. So might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Do you know anything about the man hanging in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with the cops?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
So again, you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Does it have anything to do with all of the bullet holes I've been seeing around?
Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Okay, it's a crater. It's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country. Execute your supreme leadership and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Wait, who are the communards again? Did you use artillery fire against them? Or maybe we can do this history lesson later. Wait, who are the communards again?
Communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Why shell them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
You have the opposite problem. You can't find a competent doctor. I mean, imagine being able to afford a doctor.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds.
That's true. Soup is a doctor.
Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
He's a surgeon. Deathblow sounds grim, nod thoughtfully, and turn to look northeast.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Dr. Soup, yep.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hangry.
First step to recovery is addiction? Damn right. Dr. Soup, yep. Hold on, the coalition? Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Don't get me wrong,
Yep.
officer.
Ronaldo does, in fact, call you Dr. PP.
The enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Paging Dr. PP. Dr. PP. Paging Dr. PP. Dr. PP to the operation room. Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There's a strange gleam in his eyes.
He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence.
Soup shout sign prescription with Dr. PP. Shout sign prescription with Dr. PP.
You don't
Should
even
sign.
begin
Gotcha.
to truly understand the players of the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What?
Took me a minute to parse that, yeah. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. Shake your head in shame. This coalition seemed quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works, or nothing. I don't think. I just do. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for hard working class takeover.
Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol. or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
Who was Frisell?
Damn Frisell. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
You mentioned Guillaume.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frisell. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Threw the bull in the sea, but you know Renee's job situation. We can try.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frisell I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V.
Guillaume de Lyon.
Don't you mean Frisell the fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made.
Yeah, at this point Harry just walks up to people and says, "Tell me everything. Give me your entire life story." Yeah. And then let me dump all of my trauma on you as well. Yeah. That's how Harry does it. But then Harry goes, "I magically know that there's a bullet in that man's head."
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement there. Sorry, I can't divulge that information, or what do you mean fine? This is my rifle. I always have it with me.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Hey, Mystic, and thank you. I do my best. I try to be a good boy. I like to think I do all right.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat ass of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
You mentioned Jean-Marie Belot. Who is that?
Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
His tone lacks its usual intensity, like he doesn't feel he has the right to speak on the matter.
So you both know her.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The three of us have been best friends since we were 4. She was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
He jerks forward, but then grabs his chest and stops. Easy, fellows, no need for this to get ugly. Do not intervene, or sorry, but I really wanted to just ask some questions. Easy, fellows.
Officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the three of us were just learning to walk and talk.
You stole her from me.
René repeats, trying to steady his breathing and still clutching his chest.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You...
The tall veteran looks at you and nods.
No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
What happened to her?
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage. Peaceful.
He smiles faintly.
René and I were both by her bedside when she...
He pauses, searching for the right word.
Died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back. Will it now?
Departed. Until the very hand she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met.
Why do you think she was indecisive?
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry.
The look in his eyes is happy and distant.
She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
Nothing wrong with weighing your options first. That's a bit odd, or women, right? Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
Pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there. Falls silent and turns away.
Thanks for sharing.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
Let's see. Tell me, what do you know about the dead man?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week.
Lots of
That's
XP.
all I know, really.
Come on, you must have heard something.
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
The old carabiner can't believe what he's hearing. Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evra.
How do you know Evra?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Claire brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. The blind leading the blind doesn't even begin to describe it, is what he said.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Crossfire!
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Are you a Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
In many ways.
Oh, yes.
So you're not an actual member.
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Renee might be right about that one, too. It's not a lot Renee's right about, but... What are the little things you do for Everard?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
What kind of things do you write for him?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Everard and I had these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thanks, that's all for now.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
Oh, looks delicious, pointing at the sandwich. Can I have a bite of that?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well made and abundant in components. The author sure knew their craft. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
Please, man, can I just have a bite?
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable. In my age, you need to pay attention to these things.
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions emanating from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction. It must be yours.
Please, friend, let's just share it.
Fuck off! It's mine!
He jerks away, immediately startled by his own reaction.
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? We are a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
Bye for now. We'll come back for that sandwich. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and the rain has almost washed them off. Looked like we had a... Yeah, there we are. I was going to say, looks like we had a thought. The spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Enormous bulls, worthy of a real man. Collecting bottles. As you do. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. Alright. Well, we've got about 5 minutes left to stream, it looks like. So we should probably get ready to wrap her up. don't think we're going to be able to sleep in here tonight. Here's someone we can talk to before we call it. It's all about money, you know. It kind of is. It kind of is. I think we can just, like, sneak up to our room. Doesn't look like it. Looks like they thought of that. We have a thought. Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. Well, we should probably get ready to call that. So let's save the game. We'll call that for now. Hope everybody's enjoying Disco Elysium. I'm having a good time with it. It is one of my favorite games. And I think it is probably the best game I've ever played. Not necessarily favorite, but certainly best. Certainly the best written. But yeah, enjoyed that very much. Thank you, Dylan. But let me pop in the stuff in case anybody wants any of this. So, and yeah, for those of you who may not know me, Beige Samurai, stream a lot of indie games and retro games, as well as dance games in VR and hanging out in VR chat, as well as occasionally lectures in VR chat on philosophy, psychology, media analysis, that kind of stuff. On Wednesdays, we also do spicy streams on a certain other website, but I cannot direct you there due to the content. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Andy. So yeah, but if any of that sounds interesting to you, do give me a follow on the things. We'll be back again tomorrow. We might do more disco. We might do something else. Might open with some dance games if I've got the energy. I didn't quite have the energy to do so today. Did not get much sleep last night. So, but if we have the energy to, maybe we'll start with some dance games tomorrow and maybe more disco, maybe a little more potions. I am considering starting RZ soon. I've been sitting on RZ for a while, which is the side-scroller in the style of the Zelda CDI games. So I think, you know, that ought to be a good time if we do that. But yeah. All right. Let's see. We'll find someone to raid here. Looks like Zaire is not live yet. It's unusual. It's 9 o'clock. He usually streams Thursday. How strange. Weird, not showing up. I see he just did go live. There we go. There we go. Alright. Well, we'll start the raid there. So, everybody, thank you for spending the evening with me. You were all a bunch of wonderful, beautiful beings. And I will see you very, very soon. We'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, I'll send you on over to Zaire now. So have a great one, everybody. Night-night.